Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 19th, 2023, and it's approximately 6:30 in the evening. As you can see, we do have a quorum. All city council members are present, and we do have our city attorney who is online at this meeting. And I was expecting the Boy Scouts from Troop 515 Stone Oak area, and they're not here. So we must continue, though, and so we have an Eagle Scout on our board, and that's Council Member Will Bradshaw, and he is going to lead us in the pledge tonight. If you please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Okay. All right. Agenda item number 2 is citizens to be heard. So if anyone in the chamber would like to address the council, please come forward to the podium and state your name and just where you live generally, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Oh, yes, Miss Gamboa, how are you? Are you doing fine? Good.
I just want to bring this up because, I'm sorry, Maria Gamboa, Forest Meadow. Thank you. My son-in-law fell, and he cracked his head. In the middle of the night, they called us, and they told us they had to operate his brain because he was bleeding in his, he had to have surgery because he was bleeding in the brain. Well, we have to be real careful. You haven't seen me here because that's where I've been, but we've been real careful because he doesn't know he can't get up. However, we were in the kitchen and he was sitting at the table. Apparently he tried to get up or something. We didn't see it, and he fell. So I called non-emergency. They did not answer. My husband called even the San Antonio Fire Department, and they did not answer. I ran around like a fool in the neighborhood trying to find somebody to come help us pick him up because he's about 6 feet tall, and you can see how big I am. Well, my daughter is not any bigger than I am, so that was our problem. And just to let you know that I don't know what happened with a non-emergency. Nobody's answering. So.
Okay, and what day was that?
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
it was last week.
Last week sometime. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. Right.
I'll try and get it and send it to.
Yeah, that would be helpful because Dr. Caldera can look back on the log. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Oh, we've got 3 people. Okay. Very good.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Akin Shalamuse, and I have beside me Dr. Eni and Adegoke. We are a resident of San Antonio. He lives in Leon Valley, and we are organizing African Food Festival. We had the first edition last year in 2021, and it was so inspiring that we sold out free tickets, about 1,000 on Eventbrite. So this year we are looking at organizing another one. In November 17th, we had to change the date due to some unforeseen situation. This year, we are projecting about 1,500 people, and also we are going to be inviting over 100 businesses for vendors and get exposure to other people. The goal of this event basically is not just to celebrate the African culture in Leon Valley and San Antonio, but to create unity amongst our community and businesses, and also bring using food as a tactic to bring community together. And so today we are coming to the city for 2 things. We are hoping we want the city to endorse this event for us. We thought 1,000 tickets last year was a big one. We want to reach out to other sponsors, but we thought with the backing of the city, it's going to be more easier for us to communicate with people. And also, we are open to the possibility of raising funds for this event. We want to have a massive stage this year, but we are limited on funding. We are self-funding this event, so that is why we are here today.
Okay, very good. Thank you. You will need his card. You have a card, your name, because you're part of our record. And Dr. Caldera, if you would address, and what day is it, November 7th? 18th. 18th? November.
Location is
It's Bandera here.
Bandera
just like
here
2 minutes
now. Initially, we wanted to use the remote Rimsky Park, but
Mm-hmm.
we got information that.
Well, you need to go to the podium, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we wanted to use the
Mm-hmm.
remote Rimco's Park, but we actually applied for it, but the information we got was that it's not going to be possible because of the rules and regulations
Right.
concerning the place. So we decided to, all right, go back to where we used last year and see if we can.
And that's at the Bethel Covenant Church of Christ, yes, on Post Road in Bandera. Okay. And then possibly we could put it in the e-news.
Right. So
Yes.
if you send us a flyer, we'd be more than happy to put it on our e-news and our website. So you can send Crystal Miranda, she's out there. My apologies, my mic was not on. So we'll be more than happy to post your event on e-news, and I think we did last year if it was held at the church. You can send Crystal Miranda your flyer. She's out there. She'll get you her card, so we'll be more than happy to do that. Unfortunately, we cannot provide funds for an event. A city cannot give funds away to organizations. It's just illegal. We can't do that. But we will be more than happy to endorse your event. As far as Raymond Marinkus Park, there are park rules. You cannot sell or solicit in our park and or give away free food. So if you're selling food, giving away food, you can't do that in our city parks. And so there's a process to be able to go through that, and I think that process was passed along to y'all, the ability to be able to do that.
Right.
So just so that way we're clear on those regulations. And so, but if you get with Crystal Miranda, we'd be more than happy to post your event on our social media and our website.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you, and good luck on your event. Do appreciate it. Okay. Anyone else like to address the council? Yes, Sergio, how are you? And welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and City staff. It's always good to see you guys. As you know, my name is Sergio Gonzalez. I'm here on behalf of the Office of Senator Jose Menendez. I just want to invite you, the city, the staff, and of course the council members to an event we're having next Saturday. The Senator will be hosting a legislative debrief on this past session, and that's going to be on the at the IBC Bank on Fredericksburg Road, right there by the Hooters by Wurzbach in Fredericksburg. I have sent the mayor a copy of the flyer.
Right.
I also brought a couple of flyers on the information desk out there. And that's going to be next Saturday morning from 9 to 10:30, just a legislative debrief. We'll be hosting another one next month, but I'll have the details for that as soon as that's finalized.
Okay. Very
I just
good.
want to invite everyone out there.
Thank you for letting us know. Appreciate it. All right. Anyone
That
else?
information is also posted. We got that flyer as well.
Right. Good evening, Mr. Hody. How are you?
I'm well, thank you very much. Matthew Hody, Leon Valley Ranches. I'm just going to read a little something to you that I found out about recently, and to me it's upsetting. I don't know how y'all feel about it, but it is to me. The privately owned San Antonio Aquarium, cited a little more than a year ago by federal authorities for failing to meet animal care standards, has again been called out by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, this time for the death of a female porcupine. Although the aquarium is legally owned by Crystal Covino, it is alleged that her husband, convicted wildlife trafficker Eamon Covino, actually calls the shots at the attraction and is therefore able to circumvent the federal law prohibiting him from obtaining a license to exhibit animals. I don't know. He may be able to do that now. Maybe the time's up. Not sure. The attraction was cited and ordered to close in March 2020 when police found it operating in defiance of pandemic lockdown orders. In 2018, the Leon Valley Fire Department evacuated the building and demanded it shut down due to code violations, including unsecured propane tanks, heaters in unvented enclosures, a hazardous gas main tap, blocked or inappropriate emergency exits, and non-compliant hazardous electrical wiring. I don't know where all that stands right now. That was obviously a few years ago, but given their record, this was in July of 22, so about a year ago. San Antonio Aquarium didn't have auxiliary ventilation for the rabbit enclosure or a contingency plan for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system failure. The HVAC wasn't working properly, and the temperature near the rabbit enclosure rose to a sweltering 89 degrees, hot enough to risk heat stroke in the animals housed there. The feds also issued a citation to the aquarium for failing to house 2 juvenile kangaroos in a dedicated enclosure. The kangaroos hung in pouches on a wall hooks in the animal care staff office, which also had electrical cords, tools, and other supplies on the floor, which were potentially problematic. San Antonio Aquarium failed to have an effective barrier front enclosure confining an armadillo and an African crested porcupine. I don't know what some of these animals are. Several incidents occurred in which lemurs bit or scratched customers during interactive encounters. From TripAdvisor, which, you can take it or leave it. Shocking experience upon entering. My wife, young son, and I were greeted by very strong, off-putting odor that could possibly have something to do with air circulation or ventilation. My first impression, which persevered throughout, was that the small, underwhelming animal enclosures were inadequate for the creatures inhabiting them. But what really did it for me was seeing a family with children reaching over and into a tank and touching what turned out to be an octopus without aquarium staff supervision. The same scenario happened with the tortoises as well, and one of them was stuck hanging halfway on the side of an enclosure while a family snapped photos and tormented it by dangling food and pulling it back. I've got several pages of stuff here that I'm not going to...
Okay, yes, sir. I believe all of the council members got this email, and I talked to Dr. Caldera yesterday, and if you'd like to respond.
Sure.
Thank you.
Most of the items that you've mentioned were old violations.
Right.
They have been corrected. The last violation that on that list that she provided was 2020. We have been out there for other complaints. The only time we can go out there is for our annual inspections and individual complaints. And so the most recent one was a lizard, and we had to call this, we called the San Antonio Zoo veterinarian. They went to go look, and he deemed the animal to be in good condition. So we cannot go back and look at old citation and old complaints from 2019. All we can do is any new complaint we get. So if you go down and you visit and you have a new complaint or you see something in violation, then you can turn it over to the city, and then we will send code enforcement or bring in a vet if we need to bring in a vet. And then our annual fire inspections, when they go out for their inspections, if they see violations, then we can.
How often is that?
Our annual inspection?
The fire inspection. I'm sorry, when is that typically?
Oh, I would have to ask the chief. I don't know when the next one is.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not up here to talk about stuff that's old. I'm just trying to let y'all know that there seems to be, a pattern here with this. I don't have any problem with showing animals. I think that's kind of cool. Mm-hmm. But my gosh, take care of them. And it's just one thing after another in here, including the most recent one, which was a death. And then they've got places out of town, out of state, and it's the same thing over and over again. I don't see that for the zoo, the San Antonio Zoo. I don't see that for other places like that.
They do exist. And so we have when I talked to the veterinarian from the San Antonio Zoo, and I had concerns about, it was the oxtail lizard, which was the complaint that we got. He says the San Antonio Zoo gets very similar complaints. Now, we were writing citations. USDA was brought in for different violations. SeaWorld gets very similar complaints. Pretty much anywhere that shows animals have complaints from somebody about how the animals should be or should not be treated. Anytime we get a complaint, we take it seriously, and we contact whoever we need to contact, whether it's Texas Park and Wildlife, depending on the animal, the USDA, the veterinarian, if I need to call in a veterinarian, and we've got to pay for that out of our pocket.
You can stop.
Okay.
I just want the council to know about this, to be aware of it. I'm not saying that y'all aren't doing anything about it. I'm just saying it's a concern. And apparently it goes on, and I'm sure the zoo does it too, and sometimes my dogs get out and things like that. But over and over again, it's been in here, and it's great that we have it here. They have a beautiful landscape out front, but I would really like for them to do what they should be doing, which is taking care of the animals.
Okay.
That's
Thank
it.
you for those comments. Do appreciate it. All righty. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Yes, Mr. Mata. Good evening and welcome.
I'll admit that Mr. Hody's comments prompted me to come up and speak on this subject. My niece worked for the San Antonio Zoo for a long time, and they certainly do have issues there. So the idea that somehow they have a clean record is, or I mean, stuff happens. When you have a facility that has a lot of animals, there's bound to be something that happens. So I think we should keep in mind that the animal rights organization, PETA, is always constantly on top of the aquarium. So, I mean, a lot of this is old news. It was an issue a couple of years ago with the previous council, and I hope we don't get to the point where we get all stirred up over articles that are probably being drug up by PETA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
I want to make a very
Dr.
clear statement. If anybody goes to the San Antonio Aquarium and you see a violation of any kind, please report it to the city. I will be more than happy to. It's not that the city doesn't want to get involved or take a look at the animals or be out there that we're ignoring this. But if you have a current complaint, please report it to the city and we will take appropriate action.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, then we'll move to presentations. We have 3 of them this evening. Presentation 3.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action to review, edit, and approve a citizen survey for solid waste services. And we have our Public Works Director, Melinda Mortz, this evening here to present. Good evening, Melinda, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Yes, good to see you.
At this council's request, we put together a draft of a solid waste survey. As y'all know, this solid waste contract is coming up in about a year and a half, and so we wanted to get the opinion of the citizens as to what it is they'd like to see in that contract. And so I pieced together some questions from other surveys, and this is totally up to y'all as to which ones you'd like to throw out, keep, add. It's up to y'all. But here's a basis for it.
It's a starting off point. I thought about a question as far as like rates, like would you be willing to pay more for 2 a day? I don't think that's on here, and we thought about it after the fact. So anything, this is an open conversation. I don't want to spend more than 15 minutes on talking about the survey. Again, it's just to open the conversation, open up the doors to have the conversation about the survey, so it doesn't get put to the very last minute. And so, if you've had time to look at the survey, we're willing to take comments now. If you'd like some time to review it and come back with some more information, then that's good too.
Okay.
That would probably be good, like do some red lines and y'all send them to me so we can change it up.
Okay, very good. So, yes, I had the exact issue, and that's cost. We need to, we can have all these services, but people need to know that it's going to cost you more. If you have 2 pickups a week, if you have hazardous waste, I would think. I mean, I'm not the... But anyway,
you're right. You're
but
definitely
if we have something on there that says the more services we request, probably the higher the bill would be. I don't know. But anyway,
So
we want to get it right. We want to get it right this time, right?
Sentiment, as you, Mayor, I would, and Chris already said it, would you be willing to pay more for a twice-a-week service?
Yeah.
Would you be willing to pay more for a green barrel pickup? Those other things that other cities have, but, of course, everybody wants them for free, right? But if we phrase it like that, would you be willing to pay more for it? Then we could really see the majority of the people are willing to pay extra or not. That way gives us some guidance as we decide.
I mean, I've heard from citizens hazardous waste is one, and the second one is electronics. Where do we take our electronics? That was the 2 issues that recently that people have talked to me about. So anyone else on this side of the dais?
Would you just like us
Counselor
to send the red
Campos.
lines to you? Is that okay?
Whatever the council wanted to do. I didn't know if y'all wanted to have a conversation this evening or redline it and send it back to us, and we bring it back the next meeting.
Okay. What's the timeline? I know you said January of 2025, and Dr. Caldera and I talked about we're not going to do this at Christmas time like we did last time 7 years ago. That was insane.
Well, we want to try and keep
Yeah.
it to where it's fresh in their minds. So you don't want to send it too early, but you also don't want to send it too late because we still have to go out for requests for proposals as well.
Right.
And boy, that do it 6 months prior to the RFP actually going out, maybe even 8 months, so like maybe spring of next year?
So
or-
what I was thinking is that I really want to set up a committee to go through the RFPs, but I would like the survey done before we get the RFP so the committee would know
What's the preferences?
what's the preferences of the survey. And so you've got to make sure that the survey's done at least 6 to 7 months before you put your committee together for the RFP, but I also need to make sure I write the RFP with the scope of services that are appropriate, right? So I'd like the survey done. Melinda's probably right by the springtime, but again, I didn't want this to fall to the wayside. I wanted y'all to have a conversation, because last time with the bond survey, we talked about that survey 4 times in a meet, like we had it at 4 separate meetings. And so I'd really like to get, like, I don't want to do 4 meetings of conversation on a survey. So if y'all like to redline it, send it back to us. We can bring back a fresh one and y'all can kind of look it over. That's great too.
Do you think it's okay, go ahead, Mr. Martinez, please speak.
One thing I'd like to see is if we can award the contract sometime earlier than December. That was terrible.
It was.
Having it due and trying to finagle everything at the last minute. So, if we can have it done, late October, November, and for the effective date, the first of the year, that'd be fine with me.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was before the Christmas holidays, and then over the Christmas holidays, they implemented it, and right after Christmas, here comes Tiger. And I mean, we had so many confused people. It was crazy. Anyway, but we won't do that again, right? Yes, Councilor Stevens.
So I think this is a great start. I agree with Councilman Bradshaw. I think it would be wise to, even on question 8, would you prefer, or instead of saying that, would you be willing to pay more for these things, and then list them out? I also think that we should not ask questions that we know are not, or we very much think are not possible. So like the unlimited amount of large items, I doubt any company's going to do that. I think other cities do unlimited brush, but I don't know about large items. Seems like a problem. The other thing that I'd like to consider, when kind of evaluating other cities is, obviously we have trash and recycling, but do we want organic carts, like a lot of the other cities have, that sort of thing. So, but nonetheless, I'll send my red lines and stuff, and hopefully we can get this started. But I like Crystal's idea that we should completely do the whole survey process, get all of them back, get all the answers, computed, and then, do the RFP or RFQ. So then we have the scope defined, because that was the problem with the last one. Is it was you weren't comparing apples to apples. It was like apples to oranges comparison across the board. So.
And would we have a survey of the other cities and what they provide and their cost?
Yes, we could. And the big thing that's going to come out of this is I really, as far as the committee to go through the RFP, we have a staff person, and then for y'all to pick 1 or 2 council members to sit on that RFP, but for y'all to each of y'all to pick a resident to sit on that committee to go through the RFPs, because I really do think if you're going to switch trash services, you really should have community buy-in, and it does help. I'm not, so I don't like to have committees for committees, but this would be a temporary committee with a very specific goal to go through the RFP, and then it would sunset as soon as the RFP and selection is complete.
I'm just curious, are there any cities that still have 2 trash pickups a week? I don't know.
Well, and like Universal City, you can once a month put out as much as you want, and what that does for them is it doesn't end up in 30 cubic yard piles. It ends up in smaller piles.
Is that brush?
Brush, large items,
whatever. Okay.
Then they're getting rid of it all the time, so they don't have we have 6 months to build up, and so if you can, so that's a service that is provided.
Okay.
I don't know which one it was.
No, they have waste management.
Okay.
But it does cost extra.
Well, at TML, there'll be a lot of trash people out there, over there, so we can talk to them.
Lots of trashy people.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All righty. So I hear the consensus is to go through. Red line, do you have a date, a deadline that you want this back?
October. First meeting in November?
First meeting in November. Okay. Very good.
Can I ask Melinda something?
Yes, you sure can. Go ahead, Mr.
You may not know
Roscoe.
the answer, but we just had the brush pickup, as you know, and I had the bulk on one pile and the brush on the other, but they were mixing it together in the same truck. Why even separate it then? If they, I mean, you may not know the answer, and
It may have been that the pile was already contaminated,
Yeah.
because what they ask is that you strictly put brush in one pile and the large item in the other. And so if there was some mixed in, then the whole pile's contaminated and they just throw it all in.
it was plywood.
They're not going to send workers out to your pile and pick through it to separate it. If it's contaminated, they're on the move, they're moving. So they'll just pick the whole thing up.
Okay. Counselor Stevens.
I have one more question. Is the city still picking up the brush after? And can you just tell us how that's been ever since implemented?
It went actually pretty good. This last time we had about 33 oversized piles, and a lot of those people went ahead and paid the extra money to have them picked up, and then whatever was left, we went and picked up, and so we ended up picking up 10.
10. Okay, cool.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, thank you for your efforts. We do appreciate it.
Sure.
And we will move then to the next presentation, 3.2, presentation, discussion, and possible direction to the staff on a shared personnel cost with the county for a homeless outreach coordinator. And Dr. Caldera is here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the question of whether or not the council would be interested in sharing 50% cost with the county for a homeless outreach coordinator, you can either approve or deny the request, or maybe like a variation of the request. Essentially, we adopted an ordinance back in June of 2023 that implemented some code regulations regarding homeless camps. And as a result of that, we had a meeting with, local stakeholders and other agencies, and we kind of came up with maybe a program that the county would be willing to help us participate in. And so the county came back and said, hi guys, we would really like to do a pilot program with the city of Leon Valley, but would you be willing to do a cost share? And so before I tell the county, yes, this is something the council would be interested in, basically the individual would work for the county under the Haven for Hope umbrella. They would, our goal is to get personnel to be able to go out and touch bases at all these homeless camps, because we don't know what type of homeless we have. I don't know if it's mentally ill, if it's drug addicts, if it's VA benefit situations. We don't know the makeup of our homeless. And that was one of the things when the county came out, asked us, what are the resources we can provide? Well, we don't know what resources, because we don't know the types of homeless we have in the city. And so they brought back doing this pilot program where we would share 50% of the cost for an additional personnel with Haven for Hope, and then they would come out and essentially get information as to the type of homeless we have in order for us to be able to provide the appropriate resources to them. But it is 50% of $150,000. We did not budget for that in next year's budget. I did ask of whether or not we could span that out over the next 3 fiscal years, but once you commit, you've committed. And so it would be $37,500 a year for the next 3 years that you would have to budget for if this is something y'all want to do. He said he wasn't dead set on the 50%, like he was willing to negotiate a little bit. But he thought it would be helpful if we were willing to have some money buy-in for this additional person. But at $37,500, it costs, depending on the type of person, it would cost me roughly about $50,000 to $60,000 to add a full-time staff person to do the outreach internally without going through the county. So you can look at it from that perspective as well, depending on how much you pay that individual. I do think whoever goes out there would need some level of expertise. I don't know the status of the homeless people, if any of them, are violent or dangerous in any way. And so I would hate to send a city employee. So it would be good if it's a county employee, they make sure that they're trained appropriately and they have the skills to be able to go out there and do that outreach. So that was a pitch from the county, but I don't want to move forward or take up some other city's spot if this council isn't for doing this program. And so I just wanted to touch base with you and see what y'all wanted to do.
Okay. I appreciate it. Yes, Counselor Martinez.
My first impression would be ask the county if we can go at 40% instead of 50%. I'd be amenable to that. And number two, I like the program. I think it's going to be very, very beneficial. And since Leon Valley, it's going to be another first for Leon Valley, because this is a pilot program that they are bringing, or they are offering it to Leon Valley and see if it works. And if it does work, they'll offer it to the rest of the suburban cities. But this should be another feather in our cap for Leon Valley being the first at something. We've been the first at several things in the past. So I look forward to my colleagues approving this, that we move forward with this, but at 40%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Counselor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Caldera, what are the consequences if we don't get into this program? We've been without it for so long, and what difference is it going to make if we don't get on it?
I think the going concern is that the city was hard-handed in the ordinance that we passed. That was kind of like the implications of like the media as far as enacting the ordinance for homeless encampments. It is more of a, because say they come back and they say you're just, it's affordable housing. Say that's the issue, that why we have increased homeless in the area, right? That's the survey that comes out. We don't have the money to build affordable housing nor the space, right? If they come back and say it is a drug addiction problem, I don't have the resources to provide them a methadone program here in the city to fix the problem. What you will gather from the information, and my understanding is hopefully that the people that they're outreaching to will be able to either put them in contact with family members, put them in contact with benefits they may not know that they have, or other resources, is what I'm gathering from this individual person. But it will not, I'm going to make it perfectly, I do not think it's going to solve your homeless problem. I do not think it is going, I think it will provide a better perception that the city isn't just being heavy-handed in regards to homeless camps. But as far as like a full-blown benefit by bringing this person on, I don't see one. If you're talking about it from a complete benefit standpoint, but it does provide a better perception of the city and the city's willingness to help the homeless versus just enacting codes to prevent homeless in certain spots.
I'm okay with helping the homeless, but I strongly feel that the county has an obligation to us as well. We pay a lot of money to the county as well, and I believe that they have an obligation to help us out with this. I'm okay with this. I don't see it in our budget this year. Maybe we can take it up upon it in our next budget. That's my idea.
Okay. Yes, Counselor Stevens.
So I have several questions, but the first one, so 50% of 150,000, and then the next slide says 37.
So it would be 37. So 50% of 150 comes out to what, 75?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, and so then it would be 37,500 a year for the next 3 years.
Oh, okay. So that's a little bit more than.
I think I rounded 37,500.
Okay. So with the 50% may not be right, but then the 37,500 is correct number.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I put negotiable because I again, it's like whatever y'all are willing.
Right. You don't want to waste too much time.
Right. I was trying like, okay, you can do 50% of the 150. You could do 37,500. You could go back to the county and say we're only willing to budget 50,000 for this whole entire program over the next 3 years. We only want to do this for 1 year. We only want to do. So I try to put.
Yeah, no.
Negotiable.
So the cost sharing is with who? With Haven for Hope?
Actually would be with the county, because the county is the one that provides the personnel to Haven for Hope. But they would fall under that umbrella. So
who will be their boss?
The county.
The county. So they'll get their paychecks from the county.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as, so if the county is half funding this and then we're half funding it, what is, like, how many hours are they expected to spend in Leon Valley?
That was my question, and that's why what I got told was it's a pilot program. So I don't oversee them. I don't know if they're actually out here doing the work. I don't have any oversight over them. The only thing that they, from my understanding, would be doing is providing a report to y'all I put in bi-monthly, but they may come back and say once a year. Y'all may come back and say we're requiring it every council meeting. So the work product that they will actually provide hasn't all been worked out. My understanding it would just be a report from the county on the status of your homeless population. Okay. And the outreach that they're possibly doing. So if they're out there and they're providing some sort of resource, whether it's contact information or additional benefits in some way, like, we have this new affordable housing program with the county or something, they would be providing those kinds of resources that they have available to them as they're doing this outreach. Other than their individual outreach and the reports, there's nothing tangible that I'm going to receive. But yes, I wouldn't know if we're getting 4 hours, 3 hours, or 10 hours.
Right, and so I think that we should know that before, like, I would expect if we're paying half of a person's salary, they should be spending at least half of their time here. Like in a 40-hour work week. So that would be one of my conditions if I was, or that is my opinion about this. But the other thing is that I would like to see something included about like collaboration with Leon Valley Police, Fire, EMS, because I think that there's probably like frequent flyers that are known to, EMS and such. And I think that there should be like a, at least some communication there. It should exist if we're funding half of their salary. So, and yeah, other than that, so I would just say if we're paying half, then I would expect them to be here for, 20 hours out of their 40-hour work week.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Campos.
Thank you for bringing this to us, Dr. Caldera. I'm in agreement with Mr. Martinez, Councilman Martinez, about a smaller percentage.
Okay.
And also would like to see it for a shorter period of time, that we could renew it. I hate to get into a commitment for more than 1 year, really, for the pilot. Let's look at it and then see if we want to go forward. I do agree with Councilor Stevens about the communication with the police and fire, so I like that. Really great idea. So those are my comments on it.
Okay.
I was just thinking because I wanted kind of to test what y'all felt, because we didn't want to, say no, but we wanted to say maybe yes. So maybe, Dr. Caldera, we go back to the county, and I thought they were going to do some kind of an agreement or something. Wasn't he going to write up some kind of an agreement?
He was going to write up a proposal.
And so maybe we could sit
county.
with him and negotiate out and then bring it back.
Yes.
With what I'm hearing you say, 40% and full-time and whatever, and how many, and
so I can bring that back to him. We can give him a call and tell him these were the council's willing to do that. I'm hearing that for the majority of them is willing to do this pilot program, but only for 1 year and only 40% of half a person's salary, and see what they say, and maybe they'd still be interested in doing that.
Because I think we need to at least try. I mean, we don't know if that's why it's pilot, and they're trying to find out what does work, what doesn't work, here, local, small, and then if they can tweak it over the year or however long, and then branch it out.
But if you're agreeing to this, I need to also know that you're going to agree to a budget adjustment when the pilot program comes into effect. Next fiscal year.
Very good. Councilman Bradshaw, we haven't heard from you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yes,
so I had kind of the same concern as Councilor Stevens. If we're funding half of the program, and you say it's Bexar County, right? I mean, Bexar County's huge. Not just to mention San Antonio, Converse, everywhere else. And so why is Leon Valley footing half the bill for somebody that's likely would spend very little time in Leon Valley, right? And so, I think we'd have to have some kind of agreement that they spend half of their time if we do half, or 40% of their time if we decide at 40%, as Councilor Martinez recommended.
I thought they were going to be assigned to Leon Valley.
That's not what I
is
gathered.
that
I mean,
what you understood?
I think they're going to be part of their time is assigned to Leon Valley.
That's what we need to clarify, because we did talk to him together, and for some reason I thought that.
I mean, the person would be assigned to us, but I don't. One, we're not. I mean, if they only have 2 people for the entire city of San Antonio, I wouldn't venture to guess that they were giving us a whole other person just for us.
Right. So
if that makes sense.
I would say if it's 40%, then 40% of the time. If it's 30%, 30% of their time. Whatever it makes
All right.
sense, something like that.
But does everyone agree to go back and try to negotiate something more specific? Yes, Councilman Stevens.
So San Antonio only has two of these
Well,
type of people
for Haven for Hope, they have 2 people
that are outreach?
that are outreach under Haven for Hope.
The city of San Antonio, though,
But they have their own
One per
section.
district.
They have one per district,
yeah.
exactly.
Right.
But
Mhm.
for the
Yeah.
county's portion, they only have 2.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, so it seems to me like if that seems like it's adequate for San Antonio, so what do you got, 2 plus 9, right? That the one person for Leon Valley is going to be like overdoing it, but why don't other cities, like why don't we just do like 10% and share with some suburban cities?
Well, you know, I
Like-
thought it was going to be all the suburban cities, because after that meeting, I was directed to go to this GBCCC, which is the mayor's group, and present this. And so when I called Bear County to ask if they could come to the meeting this week, that was about a month ago, that was when Mr. Reyna said, no, the judge says he just wants to do one city, and we want to work with Leon Valley. That's how that came about.
I think they want to work
Yeah,
out the
they want to
bug-
work
like-
out the bugs.
Well, so
Yeah.
like, let's say we agree for them to be a minimum of, 40 hours of their work period, right? That would be included in the agreement, and when they would turn in that bi-monthly report, I would assume that they would have their hours attached to that report, if that's going to be part of the agreement.
And then you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez, and then Mr. Orozco.
Just looking at your presentation, they're asking us 50% of 150, which is really 75,000, which comes out to $25,000 a year instead of 3750. And if we went with 40%, that's $20,000 a year. So that makes it to me, makes it a lot more palatable.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was trying to provide y'all different, like, you could pay this. I was trying to give him something like we could do, because it sounded like he wanted the money up front. And so I thought, well, maybe he would be interested in doing maybe a little bit more at 37.5 over a 3-year period versus, 70. I was just trying to give y'all just letting y'all know it's negotiable. Let's, you can do
puts us
1
at
year, 2 years,
60%.
3 years, what.
But Crystal, you did ask, is this negotiable? And
I
he
did,
said yes.
yes.
So
And
I
so
did
that's-
hear it, yeah.
That's why I
definitely.
wanted to
Go
make
back
sure.
with, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, go
So you
ahead,
can go back and
Mr.
negotiate with
Yeah.
them as far as we
Yeah.
talk. Just really quick, refresh my memory. Is Heaven for Hope funded by the city of San Antonio or Bear County? I'm trying to find it here. I can't find it.
They get money from both.
From a lot.
And then individual fundraising.
Donations,
and-
yeah.
I should put the donations, okay. So,
Very successful program, by the way, right?
So again, it was just my way of saying, like, if you didn't want to provide the whole lump 50% up front, maybe they take, if you wanted to spread it out, you could do it, but maybe give them a little bit more, if that makes, I was just trying to give y'all different options.
Okay. Sounds good. Yes, Counselor Stevens, and I see a citizen would like to speak.
So, and I think that we can, so in going kind of to Ray's question, so the city of San Antonio budgets an amount every year for their homeless outreach in their districts, plus they give Haven for Hope in the millions every year. And so it's like just a fixed part of their budget, and then they're doing all these other, leasing out places and stuff. But I think this is like a cost of government in general. I think it's like one of those things that we have a duty to try to take care of to some extent, or at least help people in these situations. I would, and it probably would be in their report, but the other thing that I would say is that I'd like to get like a cost benefit analysis. So like if we're paying for all these cleanups right now, that's great, but the hope is that it would alleviate that in the future. So just if we keep documentation of, all of these encampments that they find, and, if finally, we get everybody to leave there, how quick does it come back? What's that cost to the city, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mata?
Yeah. I just wonder if we're kind of running with this idea, thinking it's going to be the cure to this problem. I've known people that have volunteered down at Haven for Hope, and the reality is that a lot of the homeless, they benefit from Haven for Hope, but that doesn't mean they come off the street. So I don't think it's necessarily the solution that residents would necessarily be looking for. So if our hope is that somehow this is going to be a cure and an end all to the issue, I think that's unrealistic. So before we jump into something like this, because we're worried about the kind of media coverage we get, or optics in general, or the idea of being the first, I think we should really look at studies and see how effective they are at getting people off the street, homeless off the street. Because from what I understand, that's not necessarily the case.
I think that's a good point, and I'd ask Dr. Caldera, let's get those statistics from Haven for Hope. I think that would help on our next round of discussion. So thank you. Do appreciate it. What do you think?
I think we're up
You
to
know,
50,
they've got
yeah.
to keep those statistics. You know that.
Yeah, let the
So-
city manager just talk to him again
Yeah.
with our concerns.
Okay, so we'll set up
So
a
yeah, so I'll
meeting.
set up a meeting and see if we can add those provisions to the agreement, so when they send up the proposal, they know what we're looking at.
Okay, very good. Thank you all very much for the discussion. Do appreciate it. Okay, moving then to 3.3, presentation and discussion on the city's investment report. And this came up at the last city council meeting, and Councilor Philip Campos and Councilor Josh Stevens has requested it. So how would we like to
So they
begin,
requested-
Dr. Caldera?
So they requested for staff to put together a presentation. I'm going to go through the first couple of
Okay.
slides, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Campos because he's got some slides that he would like to clarify. So
Okay,
we're gonna
very
kinda
good. Thank
do
you.
that. And so I just kind of want to give a brief overview of what TextPool actually is. It's the oldest and the largest local government investment pool in the state of Texas. It seeks to preserve principal, liquidity, and yield of capital investment consistent with the Texas Public Funds Investment Act. It managed and serves by the Federate Hermes Company, one of the nation's leading investment managers. 37 states rely on it, and the portfolio is over $42.1 billion. Individuals that or other entities that use it is school districts, higher education, utility districts, healthcare, of course, cities and counties. The structure is the state comptroller of the public accounts oversees TextPool, and their philosophy is to manage conservatively to provide a safe, efficient, and liquid investment alternative to Texas governments. The pool seeks to maintain a dollar value per share as required by the Texas Public Funds Investment Act, and the investment consists exclusively of the U.S. government. The minimum balance, there is no minimum balance requirements for TextPool. Interest is accrued daily and paid monthly. Interest may either be left in the participant's account or withdrawn, and deposits and withdrawn. The deposits and withdrawals to the TextPool can be done any business day of the week. There's two methods to complete the transaction. The deposits and withdrawals and transfers may be made using our Texas Connect online system, and the transactions can be requested up to 90 business days in advance in the Texas Connect online. And so kind of just a recap of what the benefits are. You have daily liquidity, you have no minimums, you have a good rating. The types of assets that are invested is operating cash, bond proceeds, state aid, general fund, and trust funds. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Campos, and he's going to go over his slides.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Campos.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilors, City Manager. I just wanted to go over, the investment practices here of Leon Valley for the general public. The city doesn't maintain more than $2.5 million in our depository accounts for a good reason. There's not enough insurance, and so we have TextPool to invest this excess funds, and we earned a very good interest rate over the last year, and this year in this coming budget, we've allocated a lot of money for interest that we're going to be earning. It allows for transfers to happen weekly or daily. And what caught my attention, and I was talking to Councilor Stevens, I said, look at the unrestricted amounts of money that we have here. We were talking at the budget that we only have 3.2 months worth of our emergency fund, and it just caught our eye that, well, wait a minute, under unrestricted, here at the end of 9/30 of 22, we had $11.5 million. At 9/30, we had 8.1, and 9/30 in 2020, we had 7 million, and it looks like it's increasing. But what we didn't know at the time is that while it says general fund and unrestricted, there is restrictions on a lot of the funds, and it's made up of our debt service fund, our impound lot fund, economic development, and I can go on and on. And so it eats up a lot. The restricted is the amounts that are in our water and sewer fund.
Okay.
And so that's why we didn't really key on that. But the money that we invest in, here are the sources of all the funds that are under the umbrella of the general fund, where we're getting this money from. ARP funds, you can see red light cameras, public education and government fund, and then we have that $1 million in our disaster and emergency fund. And so as we were going through this, we had a meeting. Mayor, you were there along with the city manager, with the outside auditor. Mm-hmm. And we had a very good meeting not yesterday, but the following, prior Monday. Mm-hmm. And she reminded us that, hey, some of this money that's in there at year end is part of our ad valorem taxes. If we're trying to allocate the collection over a year's period, hey, there's still money that we collected early on in January and February and March that is still to carry us through the end of the calendar year. So it's kind of an unearned income at the time. And then the rest of the balance that we see back here in the 11.5, it's to pay for our unpaid budget expenditures for the remainder of the year and for the start of the new year. So I just wanted to explain why we were curious about it. We did get the explanation. I think Councilor Stevens did talk to the auditor by phone, and hopefully everyone is understanding why we were looking at this. Mm-hmm. So with that, Crystal, I thank you for setting up the meeting. Mayor, I appreciate you attending as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Are there any other questions for either Dr. Caldera or Mr. Campos? Yes, Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Stevens.
Where can I see a line item that says how much interest we have gotten in a year's period?
I think it's in your budget.
We give it to it's in your budget, but it's also outlined in your CAFRs. We give it to you, I think, in your.
I think it's there in the monthly.
Yeah, so in your monthly financial statements that
we have it here.
It's in there as well.
Specifically listed as interest, or?
We have it in our.
Is it specifically listed as interest?
Yes. So this.
Yes, Carol, if you'll come to the podium, please. Thank you.
So for this monthly statement, the one in August, I make sure to separate the miscellaneous from the interest, so you should be able to see it. But if it's not there, if you have more questions on the yearly interest, I can send you an email.
Okay, if you would please.
Yes.
Just, Carol, what's the approximate amount of money that we get annually from TextPool interest-wise?
I would have to go back and check just because they increased a lot from last year to this year. So I'll go back.
Has the interest rate increased because the interest rate has increased overall? I mean, it's still with the market, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
okay.
Correct.
So you can get 5% on your money now.
Yes.
For 6 months. So if it's a large deposit.
And it's increasing every month. So
okay.
It's good.
All right.
Yeah.
If you'll get that to us, that'd be great.
It's right there on your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Interest and income.
Interest.
Your monthly financial.
That's on the water and sewer. How about the general fund?
The other one, hold on.
How about the general fund?
Did we pull it out? Oh, no, we didn't.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
General fund is included in the miscellaneous revenue, so I would have to separate that one.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll do it.
That would be great. Okay. Anything else? All right. So, Mr. Stevens, I believe you are next. Got another question or comment?
Yeah, so I think first of all, the word unrestricted is misleading, and we just got to change that.
So, does unrestricted mean general fund and restricted means water
it
fund?
doesn't mean anything, because
that's what I wanted to know.
Well, so the term is, so I'm not going to say Kevin was wrong. You can use unrestricted. What you'll typically see is unassigned as general fund monies, but technically what's in general fund is assigned, but when you look at the CAFR is like their Gatsby terminology. They use unrestricted funds, but what's in there do have some, I mean, restrictions, but I can't remember, there's different things. There's park bucks in there, there's tree mitigation funds in there, as Mr. Campos outlined. But the term unrestricted leads the general public to believe that they are unrestricted, and they're technically not.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was confused
Then if
about
you
that
look
too.
in the CAFR has it, like what you would consider as unrestricted listed as unassigned. Remember I pointed it, I showed y'all at that.
Yeah. So what, I mean, so obviously there's some room for improvement there. I think what I would like to see, and I'm trying to like figure out how to not word it too complicated, but so text pool is essentially a cash equivalent. It's like cash. It's the same thing because we can change it into cash like any day of the week or Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. And so I think that when we're looking at our overall, and maybe even the monthly financial reports, like obviously we have like the budgetary and the revenue and the expense side, but if we can just start trending the numbers of what our general fund reserve is that we titled general fund reserve, enterprise reserve, and then the text pool, the total, because right now it might be too complicated every month to like take them apart, but at least if we trend that number, then we can kind of see if it'll be hard to tell anything right now, but it'll be the trend that shows us like is our text pool, you know, increasing, staying stagnant, and kind of justifying, you know, I just, and it's hard because we don't do a balance sheet like in government like every month, but if we see that amount, ultimately everything, our budget every year, we aren't going to spend everything in the budget, because when you have a personnel that's gone, you know, that leaves or whatever for a couple of weeks, there's some surplus. And so all of that will eventually get added into your general fund at the end of the year. And mind you, obviously it could be used for budget adjustments, that sort of thing. And so every year it should be increasing unless we're spending a lot. But the way it is now, except for the audited financials, there's no way for us to tell in the year, like in the middle of the year or monthly or even quarterly for that matter, like how our financial condition is as far as are we eating into the actual reserve that we have every year. And I mean the reserve as in, like, so this budget we have, or projected, it was like a 1 month of emergency fund, or $1 million in emergency fund, and then an extra $2.8 million in
capital
general fund reserve. And so that's the number, I guess. So if we can get that number every month, that would be good as well, if that's possible. And I think, understandably, it's going to go up and down months because of, you know, pending large projects that we haven't paid out yet, and, you know, stuff like that. But it would be good to see the general fund reserve, because I know that there was a lot of fear at the beginning of our budget workshops this year that, like, oh my God, we don't even have 2 months of reserve. When the reality is, once we have a balanced budget, I mean, we started with $3.8 million of reserve funds, and so we have plenty of, that's, you know, that's over 3 months of operating, you know,
So what we'll do is on the monthly financials, I'll add like on general fund, we'll add another line on there that says, you know, current reserve fund dollar amount.
Yeah.
Let's get started with that, and then we'll
yeah, and then even if you put like the exact date that it, or like if you want it real easy, just look at the bank account on a certain date, put that date on there, and then I think we can kind of figure it out on our own.
Yeah.
But then you don't have to really do extra work.
Well, I'll add it and see if it'll address the issue, and then we can kind of go from there. But we'll add that extra line item to show current ending fund balance.
Yeah. So, and I'm sorry, but the other thing that I wanted to say is, and I did a little bit of research, you know, how I am, but based on like what is recommended for government in terms of our reserve. And so the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, recommends that we have a policy that says, like, we would like to see this amount of reserve. And then when it dips below a certain number that we set, then we like really get into penny pinching mode. When it goes above that, then we start saying, okay, should we cut the tax rate? Should we do we need to add services? Should we be spending more money on parks, that sort of thing? And so you always have this balance, because right now we don't really have a set amount of months that we of reserve that we'd like to see. But like GFOA, they recommend a minimum of 2 months.
Okay, we've got that.
And then what is this place called? The Civic Federation, which is out of Chicago. It's like a government finance organization. They recommend a maximum of 6 months. So like 2 months to 6 months. And there's a lot of reasons why you don't want a whole lot of reserve in government, because you kind of turn into a liability, but also, somebody can come in and spend all that money really quickly. And so 2 to 6 months, so maybe we find a number in that range, eventually set our own policy and say like maybe 4 months, for example, and say we'd always like to have 4 months of operating reserve for our city. And when it dips too far below that, like if we're spending a lot of money on attorneys 1 year, then we're like, oh no, we need to like tighten up, this isn't working, and make cuts, because we just don't have a policy that goes from year to year that kind of is like that.
All right. Yes, and Dr. Caldero, if we could add that line item for interest in the general fund. I think Carol said she'd also
I'll email
pull
it
that
to you.
out.
I'll pull it out, email it to you, and then we'll add it.
And our auditor had an opinion about how many months for reserve. Did she say? I thought it was like over 6 months, wasn't it?
No, it was 6 months. I mean,
It was
they
6
always
months. I mean,
they will
yeah,
always recommend.
they always want more.
They
Okay.
always want more.
But
6 months is always.
I think that's a good point that Councilor Stevens makes as well. So, any other questions on this topic? Okay, thank you all very much for bringing that back to our attention. Okay, the next is announcements, and there's just a lot going on. I think it's school's back in session. There's a lot of activity. You did hear Sergio Gonzalez talk about Senator Menendez's function. This Sunday, September 24th from 2 to 5, State Representative Ray Lopez is going to have a community picnic at Rosedale Park, and everything's free, and live music and whatnot. And I'm not able to come, neither can Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. And so if anyone on the council would like to attend that, we'd appreciate it. It's from 2 to 5. It's this coming Sunday. And then the following Wednesday is the seniors luncheon. I'm not able to attend because I have a procedure I've got to go to, and I don't believe Councilor Stevens can go. So if anybody can go to that, that would be wonderful. I think I talked to you about that. Next Tuesday, September 26th, Judge Sakai is going to have a community conversation. Everybody's having community conversations and picnics and stuff, and that's for Precinct 2, and that's Will W. Jackson Community Hall at 758 Donaldson. And we'll put that on the e-news as well from 5:30 to 7 p.m. And in the consent agenda, I just wanted to have a shout out to our Northside Independent School District Teachers Day, which is on October 5th. And they're encouraging everyone to display a light blue ribbon outside your home as a symbol for support for our educators. And then National Night Out is coming, and on October 3rd. Again, the council will not be able to be there because of the TML, but we'd certainly like for y'all to try to get together with your neighbors and then sign up, and maybe we can pass out some volunteer forms. So that's it. I do appreciate it. And I'm going to go to Councilor Martinez next, and we'll go around the dais for any other announcements. Thank you all very much, and appreciate y'all being here.
Thank you, everybody that's here and everybody watching us on at home. One thing I did receive, or two things. First, tomorrow is the Northwest San Antonio Chamber Luncheon at the Marriott on 151 by SeaWorld. And the Spurs are going to be there, so everybody's welcome, or somebody from the Spurs. And I understand they've got a big gift basket they're going to give away. So
no tickets, huh?
I don't. We don't know what's in there.
Okay.
Also, I received and I talked to a guy, Bew Burkett. He would like to purchase and take over the billboard that's on Bandera, where the on the inside of the loop where the veterinarian clinic is. Mm-hmm. In the backyard, there is a big triangle billboard,
Oh.
And he wants to, he's got an option to buy it, and he has TxDOT's approval for placement there. And he wants to get rid of that big ugly billboard and put an electronic billboard. And he's willing to give the city use of it and make it something that's going to be attractive for our city. But the best part about it, he's done this in several other cities, and he mentioned Kyle and a couple other cities, but he is willing to donate $100,000 for a dog park. So, people wanted this dog park, so.
$100,000 cash?
Yes, he'll donate $100,000 so we can build the dog park that people have wanted. So, I think this is something we need to let the city manager contact him and run with. And
he has to apply for a sign variance, and we cannot have a variance based on a monetary gain. So I would caution that conversation.
Quid pro quo.
Is all I will say about that.
So he has to apply for the variance and then comes to council.
He needs to apply for a sign ordinance. He needs to go down to community development.
Yeah.
I will not be calling and/or reaching out to him.
Okay.
So if you talk to him, you can certainly reach out to him and tell him to apply for a sign.
But you talked to him directly, is that
yeah,
right?
I talked to him yesterday, and he mentioned that he'd be willing to donate $100,000 for a dog park.
Okay, very good. I understand. You can't do one for the other, right? Quid pro quo. Yes, Councilor Stevens.
I don't have anything.
Okay, all right. And Councilor Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank, again, I know you have, and Mr. Councilman Martinez, but thank you for being in the audience this evening, as well as those watching at home on the web. I just want to remind all of our citizens to please conserve your water consumption. As you know, we're in stage 4 of our drought, and our water rights that we own here with the city of Leon Valley have been cut by 40%. So Melinda, you have a correction on that?
I thought we were in 3. I didn't see us going to 4 yet, but anyway, go ahead. Thank you.
What's that cut
It's
back?
based
30?
on the amount of water rights that we own and what we're pumped. We talked to the Edwards Aquifer, and they said it was fine that we stay in stage 3, just to monitor it every month, but still do conserve.
But it's 30% then?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay. Instead of 40%, it's 30%. So just want to remind everybody, please use our resources wisely. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make sure that some people don't leave the water hose on all night. Just really quick, tomorrow we have the Citizens Police Advisory, CPAC tomorrow. We invite everybody to come out and join us. It's at 6:30, excuse me, 6:30 Peanuts, at the conference center. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Bradshaw.
I don't have much, just I want to thank everybody that's coming out tonight and watching online, and I hope everybody's enjoying this beautiful fall weather we're having that's only 95 instead of 105.
That's so true. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Then we'll move to agenda item number 5. Dr. Caldera, your city manager's report, please.
Yes, city manager's report is online as well as outside on the table. And then somebody asked about Arbor Day, so we will be holding Arbor Day October 20th.
I think I did, yeah.
And that is it.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move to the consent agenda, but before I ask if there's anyone that wants to move anything for discussion. I do have a correction on consent agenda item 6.8. As I was reading my packet tonight, or this afternoon, I said, oh, that's not right. It says it's the resolution about Mayor Baldridge, and she actually served 22 years, not 20 years. She served on the council place 3 from 1978 to 1984. That's 6 years. And then she was mayor from 1984 to 1994. That's 10 years. And then she served back on the council place 3, 2007 to 2013. And so I would just ask for correction of
Yes,
that
we
from
will make
20
that.
to
We will make-
22.
It's an administrative correction. We
Okay,
can do
very
that, and
good.
can
Thank
take a
you.
look on that.
All right. So with that said, is there anyone that would like to remove anything else to discuss? If not, may I have a motion and a second?
I so move.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Orozco and a second by Counselor Stevens to approve consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.9. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you all very much for that. Now we're moving to the regular agenda. 7.1, conduct a public hearing for the City of Leon Valley on the proposed 2023 tax rate. And we have Dr. Caldera, our city manager, here to present. Dr.
It's not a
Caldera?
presentation item, it's just a public hearing on the tax rate, so you just open and close the public.
Okay. I thought you were going to show them
That's
that's
the
the
next
next one.
That's the
Okay. So as many of you know, we've been through this budget process for many, many months. And our tax rate, proposed tax rate is 0.48, the same as last year. And we'll open up this public hearing to hear from the citizens at 7:40 on Tuesday, September 19th. Anyone want to address the council at this time on this issue? Okay. Seeing no one, then we will close the public hearing and move to Agenda 7.2, which will go into more explanation. Dr. Caldera. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance approving and adopting the tax year 2023 levying tax of 0.433176 for maintenance and operation and 0.051563 for the interest in seeking fund for a total tax rate of 0.484739. We did hold our first read on September 5th, and so we are able to vote on this tonight. So, Dr. Caldera.
Yes, so this is a second read. It would have actually gone on your consent agenda if it did not require a roll call vote. So there's nothing that's changed. We're proposing a 0.484739 tax rate.
Okay. So this is a recorded vote, just like we did last meeting. So if I can have a counselor motion and then a second, and then we'll call the roll on that. And it's in front of you. Each of y'all have a tax rate adoption wording. Yes, sir.
I can do it.
Go ahead. Thank you. I appreciate that. Counselor Stevens.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.484739, which is effectively a 13.1335%, by which the proposed tax rate exceeds the no new revenue tax rate percent increase tax rate. Maintenance and operations and interest sinking is allocated as follows: 0.433176 for maintenance and operations and 0.051563 for interest and sinking, for a total tax rate of 0.484739.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Counselor Stevens and a second by Counselor Orozco to adopt the tax rate adoption as presented. Any further discussion? This is a recorded vote. Ms. Posley, if you'll please call the roll.
Counselor Benny Martinez?
No.
Counselor Josh Stevens?
Aye.
Counselor Philip Campos?
Aye.
Counselor Ray Orozco?
Yes.
And Counselor Will Bradshaw?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay. Thank you so much, Dr. Caldera and the whole staff, for all your work on the budget. It's now finished for fiscal year 2024. Do appreciate everyone's efforts. All right. Then moving then to the next agenda, 7.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action granting a time extension for Planned Development District, PD, number 2021-1 on a 2.85 acre parcel of land generally located at 6758 Poss Road, being Lot 64, Block 4, CB 5784, Quality Subdivision. And we have Mindy Teague, our Planning and Zoning Director, this evening here to present. Welcome
Good evening,
back.
Mayor
Or
and
welcome.
Council.
This
Thank
is
you.
your first item, and welcome. Do appreciate it.
So Mr. Samir Shahadi is requesting a 2-year extension on the Planned Development District located at 6758 Poss Road. The Planned Development District was approved back in November the 2nd, 2021 for multi-use buildings, townhomes, and apartment-style residence. The PD will expire November 2nd of 2023, and per code, the city council may authorize an extension prior to the expiration date. So the developer stated that due to his efforts in developing another property in Leon Valley, that he has not had enough time to focus on this project. Also, there is a large drainage way on this property, which may cause a revision to the approved plan. The applicant is requesting the 2-year extension, which will be September 2025 when it expires. So this was the approved plan back in 2021. So our code says that expiration of a planned development district, except for base zoning, include any applicable overlay districts established by the PD district ordinance. All provisions of the PD district, including the project plan, shall initially be valid for 24 months. However, if the building permit has not been issued or construction began, that the PD district shall automatically expire and no longer be valid, and convert back to the base zoning that was approved. The city council may, prior to the 24-month expiration, for good cause shown, extend the request for another additional 24 months. Following both the issuance and the commencement of progress pursuant to the adopted PD project plan, all provisions of the PD district shall remain effective without expiration. Alternatives is to approve, deny, or other. There's your C statement, and Mr. Shahadi is here if you have any questions.
Okay, very good, thank you. And we'll open it up for discussion. Mr. Shahadi, on our mayor and council communication, it says, in addition, a large drainage way on this property has caused him to consider revising the approved plan. So the approved plan is a PDD multi-use, right?
Yes.
Right, and then what would cause you to revise the approved plan? I mean, what would that go to? I wanted to know what that change is.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be back. So a couple points. So to answer your question, there's a drainage easement that is just right there. So this is Pass Road, and there's a drainage easement that's coming this way. So what's happened is that drainage, basically there's a cutoff here where we need an adjustment to the plan, which actually we got the engineers going on it. So as part of this process, we thought it's time to just start doing some preliminary engineering work. This particular property has been platted. It's platted, right? So we don't need to go through a platting process. But we started some preliminary engineering work, and we have minor modifications we're doing. In fact, we have gotten our engineer to relook at those minor modifications, and we submitted already a little bit of a revision. And we even had the city engineer review it. We talked to Chief Naughton, make sure that he's on board with some of these minor changes. And I think we're on the right track. So our goal is to move forward with this. Our hope is that we're up and running with our engineering plans for this particular property within the next 12 months, right? And then we don't need platting, so we'll go directly into construction planning. The good news is we've been investing a lot of time and effort and money into the Evers property. And we have, so two things happened since the last time we saw you. The first thing is that we were able to strike a strategic partnership with Texas Homes.
Yeah, but that's on the Evers property, so we're just talking. We're just talking about this.
Great, yeah, just.
Yeah, we got to keep to this.
Yes,
Yeah,
so,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, I'm
As you were going there, I thought, no, we got to stick with this. I'm sorry, but thank you.
But actually, the two are related because my request for extension is directly related to the efforts we've been putting into the Evers property, where we submitted our plat today, right? So, or yesterday, I think.
But either way, the two don't have, and he answered your question on the drainage issue.
That's all. So in other words, there's no other, there's just minor changes. You're still doing the PDD mixed-use development.
Correct, yeah.
Awesome. That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, the making of the
Yeah.
site plan is pretty much the same.
Okay, great. That's what I'm anxious to see this because it's going to add a lot of I think it's going to attract a lot of people to Leon Valley. I really do. So, any other questions, comments for Mr. Shahadi? And I understand that you get one extension. So, if you're not ready in 2 years, then what happens?
It reverts back to its original zone.
To the
Okay.
base zoning.
All right, to the base zoning, what is the base zoning?
B3.
B3. Okay, very good. All right, any other questions? Yes, Mr.
No
Campos?
question. Ready
Okay.
to make a motion?
Yes, we are able to make a motion and vote on it tonight. Yes,
I'd like
sir.
to make the motion that we accept granting a time extension for the planned development district that is talked about in item number 7.3.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to approve the granting of a time extension for the PDD as presented by Ms. Teague for an additional 2 years. All those in favor, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Shahadi, and I'm
Thank
glad
you.
everything's going well. All right, moving then to Agenda 7.4, presentation and discussion on an ordinance repealing the city's juvenile curfew ordinance in the city's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, specifically Division 2, Chapter 8.02.031 through 8.02.035. This is our first read by the city charter, and we have Mike Tackert, our Assistant City Police Chief, here to present, and we are not able to vote on it tonight, but we are able to vote on it at the next meeting. Good evening and welcome. I guess the legislature didn't like these curfews, did they?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, and if you'll continue.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City
Mhm.
Council. Let's see if I can get this to work.
Wrong one.
Wrong
Here.
one.
The one on the side. There you go. Oh, you went too far. Hold on. There you go.
All right. In summary, City Council is being asked to consider repealing our city's curfew concerning anybody under age 18. We have some options. We can do nothing. State law prohibits the enforcement. Or two, we can repeal the city's curfew as an ordinance. Legislation approved during the 88th Texas legislative session and signed by the governor prohibits municipalities from enacting or enforcing.
Thank you.
Enacting or enforcing juvenile curfew ordinances effective September 1 of 23. Our city ordinance should be considered for repeal to be consistent with the state law. The city first enacted a juvenile curfew ordinance in 2008. Since 2008 until 2022, this ordinance has been reviewed, amended, and readopted. The ordinance was last amended and readopted in October of 2022. Legislation approved during the 88th Texas legislative session and signed by the governor again prohibits municipalities from enacting or enforcing juvenile laws effective September 1st of this year. There is no physical impact, and the recommendation would be to repeal the city's juvenile curfew ordinance to be consistent with state law.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief. Do appreciate it. Are there any questions for Chief Taggart?
No.
If not,
no, I'd like to make a
agenda?
motion that we go ahead and.
first read.
No, we can't vote, but would you like to put it on the consent agenda for the next meeting? Consent agenda for the next meeting?
I agree.
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to see it.
That
on
be
the-
okay? All right, so I'll make a note that we will move it to the consent agenda. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
We want to be legal. Okay, moving then to 7.5, presentation, discussion on amending ordinance Chapter 3, building regulations, Article 3.02, technical and construction codes and standards, Section 3.02.054, Property Maintenance Code, and Section 3.02.055, Appeals and Variances to Technical and Construction Codes. Again, this is our first read. We cannot vote on it tonight. And Dr. Caldera, our city manager, will present. Good evening and welcome back.
Again, good evening, Mayor and Council. So the question is whether or not to amend Ordinance Chapter 3 Building Regulations. You can either approve this request, have a variation of this request, or deny the request. So essentially what we're doing is we would be adding a section to the property maintenance code that if a apartment or multi-complex, so any multifamily residential or non-residential structure, including apartments, hotels, motels, suites, inns, rooming, or boarding houses, where the police department has responded to more than 60 calls in a span of 3 months, they would be required to have a licensed peace officer on duty Sunday through Saturday during the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. for a period of 1 year. The other section would be amending the appeals process, and so I think the current code has me as the final say. If they would like to appeal, they could also bring in it to the governing body to overturn. So I'm not the end-all, be-all. It would be all. So those are the two amendments. Just a little bit of background. Back in October of 2018, y'all adopted a property maintenance code, and the council wanted to see accountability with deteriorating multifamily complex structures. However, the number of police and fire response calls to these multi-complexes has gone up, placing a burden on our resources. As part of the property maintenance code, because we took a look at what other cities were doing as far as the multifamily complexes and deteriorating complexes, we adopted the property maintenance code. So it does address things like light, ventilation, and occupancy limitations, plumbing facilities, and fixture requirements that our previous code did not. It also took a look at mechanical and electrical requirements, fire safety requirements, and pest infestation. So what happened was when we took a look at one of the multi-complexes, we didn't have any regulations that required them to have basically pest control. So there was nothing the city could do if apartment was ran with cockroaches or rodents. The city was basically saying we're hands off. We don't have a code and regulation to that, and so we would have to allow it. Now with the property maintenance code, we're able to go in there and use these citations for the property maintenance code to be able to address those issues. So the fiscal impact, I really don't know. I added the number of calls. I had the chief go back for just the last 6 months, and you can see that there's some apartment complexes that, in my opinion, overutilize the police force. We get tons of calls for various things. Vista is actually one of our larger complexes, so I did expect that number to be higher. However, the percentage base is still quite high for the number of apartment units that are there. So we felt, I took kind of like an average and took a look at it, and so I figured, after looking at all the calls, it looked like 60 calls, and it's like over a 3-month time would be considered excessive. And so that's the number we're going with. We had checked with the attorney a few months back to see if this was a legal provision. At the time, she did send us a written opinion, and we could do it as long as we could prove that the calls were considered excessive, and so we're able to do that. Again, this is council discretion. This is a first read. I did include a copy of the red line ordinance in your packet, so if you wanted to take a look.
Okay. So this is 60 or more calls over a 3-month period.
For police calls.
For police calls,
for
exactly.
Police calls.
And for 1 year.
For 1 year.
Even if they improve over that 1 year.
Correct.
Okay.
They will have it for 1 year. Again, this is new. No other not in this area. We've seen it in the Dallas area, but no other suburban city that I'm aware of has a provision like this. So this would be the first attempt to try to see if this would help improve that call volume.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you for that clarification. Any questions for Dr. Caldera on the first read of this ordinance?
So, Dr. Caldera?
Yes. Mr. Campos, go ahead.
Once they hit 60 in any 3-month period, then they go into this private police officer for 1 year?
Correct.
Even if they start decreasing?
Correct. My goal is what typically happens anytime we enact something new is people will revert back to bad behavior, or they see that they're, that maybe the officer isn't there any longer, and then they start picking up on this type of behavior. So my goal is if you're consistent for 1 year, nobody's going to know when, we enacted it. The problem is going to be like we'd have to pull the call logs. Like, so the trigger mechanism is kind of going to be kind of left up to the police department. So once they're triggered that we have 3 months, a letter would be sent to the property management company, and then the penalty would be assessed if they violated those rules and regulations.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I like these changes, but my question has to do with, let's say, we pick one of the communities, and we require them to have a police officer. But if there's going to be an issue, people are still going to dial 911, and our police are going to respond.
Absolutely.
So how is that going to help the situation?
What we're finding a lot of is there's a lot of illegal activity occurring during these times at these complexes. And so, yes, we're still going to receive the domestic violence calls. You're still going to receive, any kind of regular call that you would need for police officers, ODs maybe. But we do get calls for, there's a lot of gun violence that, in my opinion, is quite high at Vista Del Rey and in some of the other establishments. There is a lot of altercations that are happening during the time. There's a lot of other illegal activity that's occurring we're receiving calls from other residents living in the complex. So our calls aren't just typical domestic violence calls or typical property theft calls. There are other calls outside of that. However, when we tried to break out the definition of like maybe violent calls or not, or property call, it became too difficult of a change in the ordinance to kind of have those definitions for those types of calls. So we just did a blanketed more than 60 calls from our police department to see if that would assist these apartment complexes that have quite a bit of illegal activity going on at the apartment complexes from stopping.
Okay. Councilor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilman Martinez is right, but I believe that it's a deterrent having a police officer there. And yeah, we're going to get called, but it's a deterrent, and it may not take care of the situation, but I think it may help quite a bit. And I think that if we do approve this and we learn from it, you said no other cities have this, but we can set precedents and be the leader in this and just give it a shot. Yeah. It's a start. It's not perfect, but it's a start.
Right. And so my thought process is to keep statistics, right? So if, say, I don't know, maybe we won't get the calls in this, and it'll be a moot point. But if we reach the point with one of the apartment complexes where this actually gets enacted, right, and we move forward with it, is to see if it actually reduces the call. That's the goal. Maybe I'm thinking about it in the wrong context, and maybe I'm wrong that having a licensed peace officer there on the property may not help. So I'm not making any promises in regards to the passage of this ordinance. It was just trying to find a solution to a problem that we currently have.
All right.
Can we really give it a shot? Can we move it to the consent agenda?
Okay. Yes, Councilor Stevens.
Hi. So I like this. I think this is good. I have some concerns about the wording because I think it can be worded better. For example, any multifamily residential and non-residential structures to include apartments, hotels, motel suites, inns, rooming, where the police department has responded to 60 or more calls. 60 or more, what type of calls?
Well, that was saying we tried to break it. Originally, it was like violent calls or property calls. Like it was too hard. The definitions got kind of wonky.
So can we add the word emergency calls?
Yeah, I could put emergency calls.
So that would probably be good because then you would 911 call.
911 call. Okay.
And then so when taken to its like literal meaning, it's any multifamily residential and non-residential structures. It does not say complex. And so they can say, well, the police responded to building A, 14 times. They responded to building B 16 times. I think it should say complex because it's the totality, right? That
yeah, that's good.
Yeah. And the other concern that I have is, so say this doesn't work, but maybe it helps a little bit. At the end of the 12 months, they're going to have 3 months without a police officer while they're evaluating for the next time, right?
So yeah, so in speaking, we had to have kind of an in time. I don't know if you remember the legal opinion because it's been some time. The way they were looking at it was not trying to impose it forever, right? Like you can have there's other things that could come into to affect, they get new residents, new leases. It is a costly thing to have or to impose on an apartment complex. And more often than not, that cost they're going to probably pass on to the residents of their complex. And so a complex like that is having those types of calls, there are some residents there that aren't participating. They're looking for affordable place to live. And so we're passing on that cost essentially when we pass an ordinance like this, because that's what's going to happen, right? The complex is going to pass that cost along to struggling people that already have issues. So it's not that the whole complex, every resident there, has an issue. It's just a high volume area that is posing a problem, and we're expending a lot of resources with that one particular complex. But we have other complexes that are starting to deteriorate. We're starting to see the same things, and so I would like to be able to prevent those types of things from happening.
And so this is a cumulative, so 60 or more calls over 3 months. That's so we aren't averaging months or anything like that.
No, I took the last 6
They have like
months.
60 on one day and then 0 for the next
2 months. Yeah. I mean,
days.
I mean, that's up to you all. I took a shot at what I thought, I was 60 in 3 months, kind of taking a look at average. You could do 10 in a month or 30 in a month. I was trying to make sure that it's excessive though, because I also didn't, you have multifamily complexes, and say somebody's smaller, like Forest Oaks Apartments, they only have a couple of units. I didn't want to impose a small limit like 10, and then they would be required to have, somebody there, and, you're imposing, maybe a harder kind of cost to that complex, right? So I wanted to make sure that the term excessive. And so what we did was we pulled 6 months. I kind of took a look the other ones, when you add them up, they're probably doing about 30 to 40 calls in 3 months, on average from the other apartment complexes. You can see the other apartment complex is clearly doing way over that amount. So that was just kind of my, the attorney, recommended that I had some sort of justification for the number. That was my justification. She seemed to be okay with that justification. She reviewed the ordinance. And that was kind of my thought. But if y'all feel that you want me to do monthly something else, I'm certainly open to that.
No, I think that's fine. I mean, it's good, and we can see how it goes.
Yeah.
I would say, so I think that maybe we should say a minimum of 12 months. However, if the calls continue to exceed 60 with a police officer in the last 3 months of that 12 months, this
Then
has
you
to be
could
worded
have to
well,
review it.
then you got another year in front of you, because the reality is if they still have 60 calls and they have a police officer on duty, it's going to get worse afterwards. The other thing is, I think that we should write in here, again, I think this is a brilliant idea to try this out and see how it goes, but that the licensed police officer has to be visible, somehow have a visibility element to that, because they could say, oh, they're on duty and they're asleep in their apartment or whatever. It could be somebody that lives on the complex. So something about visibility or availability or something like that. Okay. But that's it.
Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I just want to agree with Councilor Stevens that, if even at the 9th, 10th, and 11th month, if they're required to have an officer there, and we're still doing over 60 calls, hey, it continues.
No, absolutely agree. That's great.
Right.
Great suggestion.
And I just had a question. Next meeting, this will be approved, I'm assuming, by the council with the consent agenda, but will you then communicate out to the apartment complexes that we have this new ordinance?
Yeah. So what happens is I've got to post it for 30 days because there's
okay.
penalties involved. We got to publish it in the paper and that kind of thing.
I just want them
and
to
then
know.
we will, but yes, we will send out letters to all the property management complexes in the area. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for that. Mr. Stevens, you had another thought.
So who will get cited? So if in the event of non-compliance, first of all, how will we enforce that, in the actual literal steps we will take? And then who will get cited? And what if we can't get them?
So there's a penalty. Nicole included a penalty clause in the ordinance, and so you can take a look at the ordinance. I forget. I think it's like $500 a day for each day of violation or something like that. Typically, for these types of things, we would cite whoever's on site. because it is a ordinance violation. And so whether it's the property management company, it's whoever's on site. Now, we have in the past mailed citations to property owners depending on if we can find them. So some property owners, especially with apartment complexes, they have like LLCs and shell companies, and they split up these units, and so it makes things a little bit more difficult. I mean, we learned that in the past when we were having to deal with the other apartment complexes in the court system. And so typically for these types of things, we would cite the property management company that's on site.
Okay, very good. Yes, Mr. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. So is it by location? So if we have this apartment complex that you mentioned in your presentation, and you have a new owner, does it continue even though they have new ownership? So it's the location?
It's the location and the number of calls per the complex. So I'm going to change that word from building to complex because that's a good point.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Yes. Mr. Mata.
Yeah, this might have been covered, but I was wondering, is this a recommendation from our police department, from the chief? Or where was this idea kind of?
I don't know.
I'm trying to think
I don't know who's going to take, I don't want to say credit for it because, I mean, I don't need credit. Council? I mean, it was really direction to
Well,
staff.
it was
look at
just the
alternatives.
discussion about the deterioration and what we could do and the cost of the calls, and I think I don't know.
And does the police department think that it's
Yes.
it could?
We don't know. So, I mean, David's all for this ordinance. We've had many our police chief, and I know he's not here this evening. My goal is to have directors and assistant directors switch out, so that's why you saw Dave Demeline and some
Right.
Tucker, you know. But the chief completely supports this. He's the one that did the numbers and stuff for us. We don't know, to be perfectly honest with you, how this will impact. There are apartment complexes in the city of San Antonio that have on-site security, and they're not free from crime. So he did
So
make
you
that
have-
comment to me.
Okay.
You know, so they're not free from crime. They're not free from police calls coming there. So whether or not this will bring those calls down, we won't know unless we try it.
Right.
So is there like a reference, like studies that we could,
No.
of these Dallas area apartments that have utilized this?
They've utilized it, but I couldn't find any statistics on them.
Because my concern is that, I mean, we've had residents of a certain apartment complex, and we know which one that is, speak here, and it's obvious these are families that are struggling, and we know it's going to be passed on to them. I can't imagine what kind of costs the apartments would incur, and certainly they'd pass that down to the owners. At the same time, I think as residents, we feel like there's an inordinate amount of resources being allocated towards that particular complex. So I know it's a balancing act, and I mean, if it's just going to be another feel-good measure and doesn't turn into anything beneficial, then I think we need to consider that as well. Thank you.
No, my thought process is, like I said earlier, is to take some statistics, and if I feel like at the end of a year, if it's really not helping, then we can certainly readdress the issue. As I'm sure some of the complexes may have issues if we enact the ordinance and they're going to be obligated to have a licensed peace officer. I'm sure you'll hear from them. And so if it doesn't work out and we're not seeing a benefit, then this council can certainly reconsider that ordinance.
Well, I was just going to say, I also see that the apartment manager would communicate out to their residents to,
Maybe they
be
feel
cautious.
safer.
Yeah, be cautious about when you call you know what I'm saying? I mean, don't just
people
call
not
it
to
the
call
drop of a
911.
hat. I don't know. We might get fined. Okay, go ahead, Counselor
No,
Martinez.
the definition of a licensed peace officer, there are security companies that their security guards do carry weapons. So with that, if they hired, XYZ security and they had a armed guard,
No, I
would
said
that
a licensed Texas peace officer because I don't want somebody armed that hasn't gone through training.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, yes, sir. Go right ahead. One more time.
So, because I definitely understand. So first of all, I think this has been in the works for a couple of years. Like it's kind of been on the back burner.
Yeah.
But coming to fruition, and we aren't. This isn't completely like obscure or new. Like if you go to Mama Margie's at night, there's like licensed police officers standing there. I mean, there's a lot of places. But I had a question for Mr. Tackard, and it's regarding the communication between like that type of officer that's off duty, but a lot of like I see San Antonio police officers at Mama Margie's, for example. How do they communicate to the on-duty officers, and what like roles and responsibilities do they share? Or are they prevented from doing certain things?
It would have to be something that have to be discussed between who the apartment complex wants to hire. If it's going to be an off-duty Bexar County, off-duty San Antonio, or an off-duty Leon Valley. So communications-wise, I can't speak to each agency's policies, but they may have to call 911 to get us to respond as well.
Oh, okay.
Or they can get on the radio. It depends on what the policies are for their agency. And so that way we could communicate. Whether we give them our on-duty supervisor's cell phone, they could call us direct.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be something that I think we'd need to sit down and talk with each other to see what we would want that to happen. And I'm sure Dr. Caldero will be involved in that discussion as well.
Sure. Okay. Very good. All right. If there's no further discussion or comments, then is it the consensus of the council to put it on the consent agenda for next time?
Agreed.
Okay, I'm seeing yes. And we have our last item, 7.6, presentation and discussion to consider an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, fee schedule to amend fees associated with building, health, and trade permit and inspection fees, and to remove sections no longer in use. Again, our first read, no vote tonight, but we can put it on the consent agenda for the next meeting. And welcome back, Melinda. Do appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Uh-huh.
So as you know, the city recently updated our contracts with the building and health inspectors, and fees for some of the services did increase. So to offset the increased cost of the services, the proposed fee increases would be charged to the customers. It does include a 25% administrative cost for staffing and software licensing. In addition to the trade permit fees, the item that is the newsletter advertising section and the rental registration fees were deleted as we don't use them.
Right. Oops.
Oops, sorry.
And that's it. No.
Okay. All right. All right. So this is just reflecting, we went out for the RFPs for the new health inspector and so their fees went, and this is what's reflecting it. Okay. Any questions, comments? All right. Is it the consensus to put it in the consent agenda for next meeting? All right. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Melinda. Do appreciate the kind of a housekeeping item. All right. Agenda item number 8, citizens to be heard. Anyone left in our chambers that would like to address the council, please come forward. Yes, Ms. Gamboa, Mr. Mata. And good evening and welcome back.
Maria Gamboa, Forest Meadow. I'm just curious about something. Whenever I watch at home, how come I can't see that screen?
So I'm not flipping back and forth because I'm doing other things, so it's me.
Okay.
So if y'all would like for me to flip back and forth, I can do
Would
it.
would it take a lot of work is what I'm wondering.
No, I mean, it's just a matter of somebody, like, yeah, no, I can do it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mata. And welcome back.
Don't want to make a big issue of it, but I was slightly confused about the pool hours here in September. So I communicated with Crystal about that, and I guess since Melinda's here, I wanted to see what the deal was because, yeah, there was a couple of times I went and it closed at 6 on Sundays or Saturdays. And it was,
Belinda can address, she gave me the response, but can you,
I got stuck too because I went at noon and they'd opened at 10 and then I couldn't finish my laps and I'm like, what?
well, yeah.
So I don't know when they changed it.
And I know
from
the kids are young.
12
Probably
to
a lot of them
8,
are
yeah.
in high school. So I'm thinking maybe Sunday I could understand them wanting to close up shop early, but who knows?
Yeah. So anyway, but thank you. But I'm so glad because it's been so hot and I appreciated being able to swim.
Back at the beginning of the summer, we had decided that one pool would be from 12 to 8 and the other pool would be from 10 to 6 to accommodate all those people that wanted an early swim because they didn't want to be out in the hot weather.
Right.
Our 12 to 8 pool closed at the end of August. And so we did not communicate to the pool contractor that, oh, hey, let's change those hours now from 10 to 6 back to 12 to 8 at Forest Oaks. And so they just kept on going like they've been going. And so all the lifeguards are used to it. That's the schedule. They just kept going. It just got brought to my attention this past week. And we only have 2 more weekends left. So I just told them, look, if that's all you can do, then that's fine.
Is it 2 weekends, this weekend and the 29th, the 30th and the 1st? Oh, good. Okay, I didn't know that.
So that's why.
Okay.
So we are going to go out for RFPs for pool management companies this next year too. And so we'll make sure that we fix that somehow.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So 2 more weekends, the pool at Forest Oaks from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Okay, very good. All right, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I got caught. Well, I won't tell you what I did, but anyway, I disobeyed the rule. That's okay. All right, anyone else? Okay. Moving then to agenda item number 9, requests from members of the City Council to add items to future agendas. Anyone have a future agenda item? I have one. I'd like, just because I'm looking long-term, and our annual town hall meeting is Saturday, January 27th, 2024, and I'd like to put that on one of our future agendas so we can start adding topics, and so we're not at the very end talking about this. And I thought we could add, maybe even about the survey, the solid waste at the town hall. But I thought the home rule charter, we had an election in November of 2022, and we were able to amend it if we need to, November of 2024. So I don't know. Do we need to look at that again? That might be something we want to look at. And the other thing might be the strategic plan that we've had. It's past 5 years, and they recommend that you update your strategic plan every 5 years. So those are just, but again, that's just under the umbrella of the town hall meeting agenda topics. That's what I'd like to add for future discussion. Anyone else? Okay, now don't everybody get excited. Okay, is that it? All right. 8:22, if there's no objection, we'll move to adjourn, and we'll see y'all at the next council meeting on October 17th. All right. Good evening.
Was that the only station?
I'll tell them.